Yesterday, an act of terrorism tried to silence our democracy. But today we meet as normal, as generations have done before us and as future generations will continue to do, to deliver a simple message. We are not afraid, and our resolve will never waver in the face of terrorism. And we meet here in the oldest of all parliaments, because we know that democracy and the values it entails will always prevail. Those values, free speech, liberty, human rights and the rule of law, are embodied here in this place, but they are shared by free people around the world. A terrorist came to the place where people of all nationalities and cultures gather to celebrate what it means to be free. And he took out his rage indiscriminately against innocent men, women, and children. Mr. Speaker, this was an attack on free people everywhere. And on behalf of the British people, I would like to thank our friends and allies around the world who have made it clear that they stand with us at this time. What happened on the streets of Westminster yesterday afternoon sickened us all. While there is an ongoing police investigation, the House will understand that there are limits to what I can say. But having been updated by police and security officials, let me set out what at this stage I can tell the House. At approximately 2:40 p.m. yesterday, a single attacker drove his vehicle at speed into innocent pedestrians who were crossing Westminster Bridge, killing 2 people and injuring around 40 more. In addition to 12 Britons admitted to hospital, we know that the victims include 3 French children, 2 Romanians, 4 South Koreans, 1 German, 1 Pole, 1 Irish, 1 Chinese, 1 Italian, 1 American, and 2 Greeks. And we are in close contact with the governments of the countries of all those affected. The injured also included 3 police officers who were returning from an event to recognise their bravery. 2 of those 3 remain in a serious condition. Mr. Speaker, the attacker then left the vehicle and approached a police officer at carriage gates, attacking that officer with a large knife before he was shot dead by an armed police officer. Tragically, as the House will know, 48-year-old PC Keith Palmer was killed. PC Palmer had devoted his life to the service of his country. He had been a member of the Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command for 15 years and a soldier in the Royal Artillery before that. He was a husband and a father, killed doing a job he loved. He was every inch a hero, and his actions will never be forgotten. Yeah. I know the whole House will join me in sending our deepest condolences to his family and to the families and friends of all those who've been killed or injured in yesterday's awful attacks. I know also that the House will wish to thank all those who acted with such speed and professionalism yesterday to secure this place and ensure we are able to meet as we are doing today. Mr. Speaker, at 7:30 last night, I chaired a meeting of the Government's Emergency Committee, COBRA, and will have further briefings and meetings with security officials today. The threat level to the UK has been set at severe, meaning attack is highly likely for some time. This is the 2nd highest threat level. The highest level, critical, means there is specific intelligence that an attack is imminent. As there is no such intelligence, the Independent Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre has decided that the threat level will not change in the light of yesterday's attack. Mr. Speaker, the whole country will want to know who was responsible for this atrocity and the measures that we are taking to strengthen our security, including here in Westminster. A full counter-terrorism investigation is already underway. Hundreds of our police and security officers have been working through the night to establish everything possible about this attack, including its preparation, motivation, and whether there were any associates involved in its planning. And while there remain limits on what I can say at this stage, I can confirm that overnight the police have searched 6 addresses and made 8 arrests in Birmingham and London. Mr. Speaker, it is still believed that this attacker acted alone, and the police have no reason to believe there are imminent further attacks on the public. His identity is known to the police and MI5, and when operational considerations allow, he will be publicly identified. What I can confirm is that the man was British-born, and that some years ago he was once investigated by MI5 in relation to concerns about violent extremism. He was a peripheral figure. The case is historic. He was not part of the current intelligence picture. There was no prior intelligence of his intent or of the plot. Intensive investigations continue. And as Acting Deputy Commissioner Rowley confirmed last night, our working assumption is that the attacker was inspired by Islamist ideology. Mr. Speaker, we know the threat from Islamist terrorism is very real, but while the public should remain utterly vigilant, they should not and will not be cowed by this threat. As Acting Deputy Commissioner Rowley has made clear, we are stepping up policing to protect communities across the country and to reassure the public. And as a precautionary measure, this will mean increasing the number of patrols in cities across the country, with more police and more armed police on the streets. Since June 2013, our police, security and intelligence agencies have successfully disrupted 13 separate terrorist plots in Britain. Following the 2015 Strategic Defence and Security Review, we protected the police budgets for counter-terrorism and committed to increase cross-government spending on counter-terrorism by 30% in real terms over the course of this Parliament. And over the next 5 years, we will invest an extra £2.5 billion in building our global security and intelligence network, employing over 1,900 additional staff at MI5, MI6 and GCHQ, and more than doubling our global network of counter-terrorism experts, working with priority countries across Europe, the Middle East, Africa and Asia. Mr. Speaker, in terms of security here in Westminster, we should be clear, first of all, that an attacker attempted to break into Parliament and was shot dead within 20 yards of the gate. If his intention was to gain access to this building, we should be clear that he did not succeed. The police heroically did their job. But, as is routine, the police, together with the House authorities, are reviewing the security of the parliamentary estate, coordinated with the Cabinet Office, who have responsibility for the security measures in place around the government secure zone. All of us in this House have a responsibility for the security and safety of our staff, and advice is available for members who need it. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we saw the worst of humanity, but we will remember the best. We will remember the extraordinary efforts to save the life of PC Keith Palmer, including those by my right honourable friend, the member for Bournemouth East. And we will remember the exceptional bravery of our police, security and emergency services, who once again ran towards the danger, even as they encouraged others to move the other way. On behalf of the whole country, I want to pay tribute to them for the work they have been doing to reassure the public, treat the injured, and bring security back to the streets of our capital city. That they have lost one of their own in yesterday's attack only makes their calmness and professionalism all the more remarkable. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said since terror struck London yesterday. Much more will be said in the coming days. But the greatest response lies not in the words of politicians, but in the everyday actions of ordinary people. For beyond these walls today, in scenes repeated in towns and cities across the country, millions of people are going about their days and getting on with their lives. The streets are as busy as ever, the offices full, the coffee shops and cafes bustling. As I speak, millions will be boarding trains and aeroplanes to travel to London and to see for themselves the greatest city on earth. It is in these actions, millions of acts of normality, that we find the best response to terrorism. A response that denies our enemies their victory, that refuses to let them win, that shows we will never give in. A response driven by that same spirit that drove a husband and father to put himself between us and our attacker and to pay the ultimate price. A response that says to the men and women who propagate this hate and evil, you will not defeat us. Mr. Speaker, let this be the message from this House and this nation today. Our values will prevail, and I commend this statement to the House.
Order. Colleagues, I am advised that we have been joined today by French Foreign Minister Jean-Marc Ayrault, who is accompanied by a number of his colleagues and also by the Deputy Foreign Secretary, the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Rutland and Melton. Sir, we appreciate your presence and your very fitting display of solidarity with us. Mr. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join with you in welcoming our colleagues from France here today, and I'd like to associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks that she's just made. What happened yesterday, within metres of where we sit now, was an appalling atrocity. The police are still piecing together what took place and what lay behind it. It behoves us all not to rush to judgment, but to wait for the police to establish the facts, to stay united in our communities and not allow fear or the voices of hatred to divide or cower us. Today, we are united by our humanity and by our democratic values and by that human impulse of solidarity, to stand together in times of darkness and adversity. Mr. Speaker, I express my condolences to the family and friends of Police Officer Keith Palmer, who gave his life yesterday in defence of the public and of our democracy. We thank the police and security personnel who keep us safe every day on this estate. We especially pay tribute to the bravery of those who took action to stop the perpetrator of yesterday's assault. The police and security staff lost a colleague yesterday and continue to fulfil their duties despite their shock and their grief for their fallen colleague, which many expressed to me late last night when I was talking to them. We see the police and security every day. They're our colleagues, their fellow workers, their friends, their neighbours. And as the Prime Minister said, when dangerous and violent incidents take place, we all instinctively run away from them for our own safety. The police and emergency services run towards them. We are grateful for the public service yesterday, today, and every day that they pull on their uniforms to protect us all. I want also, Mr. Speaker, to express our admiration to the Honourable Member for Bournemouth East, whose efforts yesterday deserved special commendation. He used his skill to try and save life. Innocent people were killed yesterday walking across Westminster Bridge, as many millions of Londoners and tourists have before them, and as all of us in this chamber have. As the Prime Minister said, the injured include people of 10 nationalities. We send our deepest condolences to their loved ones and to the loved ones of those still in a very critical condition, including the French school children so welcome in our capital, visiting yesterday from Cornaco in Brittany. We send our sympathies to them and to the people of their town and their community. We thank all the dedicated National Health Service staff working to save lives, including all those from St Thomas's Hospital who rushed out of that hospital straight over to the scene of the incident to try and support and save lives. Many people, Mr. Speaker, would have been totally traumatised by yesterday's awful events. Not just all of us here, but watching on television, worried for the safety of their friends and loved ones. So I ask in this House and the country, please look after each other, help one another and think of one another. It is by demonstrating our values, solidarity, community, humanity and love, that we will defeat the poison and division of hatred.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, may I join the Right Honourable Gentleman, you, in expressing our gratitude to the support and solidarity which the French government have shown us at this difficult time. Like a number of other countries on the continent, obviously France itself has felt the horror and trauma of terrible terrorist attacks, and we're grateful to the French government for the support that they have shown us. The Right Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right in his description of our police officers. Every day when they put on that uniform, they don't know what they are going to confront in the course of their duties that day. It's a fact often forgotten when people see the police officer walking on the streets, that actually they do put their lives on the line for our safety and security. They show enormous bravery, and we are grateful to them all. We're also grateful, as the Right Honourable Gentleman said, to all those from the emergency services, to those from the hospitals and others who rushed forward to give aid and support to those who had been injured at a time when they knew not what else might be happening in the vicinity and whether they might themselves be in danger. And then finally, as the Right Honourable Gentleman says, at this time it is so important that we show that it is our values that will prevail, that the terrorists will not win, that we will go about our lives showing that unity of purpose and the values that we share as one nation going forward, and ensuring that the terrorists will be defeated.
Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Mr. Speaker, I join with my right honourable friend in everything she said in respect of the deaths and the injuries that have taken place, and join with her in sending our condolences to the families and also to the injured. My right honourable friend has set exactly the right tone. Those of us who are privy to the information and background of these matters know very well that it has been little short of a miracle that over the course of the last few years we have escaped so lightly from the evil that is, I'm afraid, present in our society and manifests itself in these senseless and hideous acts of violence and evil. We have been very fortunate in that our security services have been immensely diligent and helpful in preventing such attacks. But she may agree with me that the House is going to have to simply be resolute in accepting that such attacks cannot always be prevented, and that we have as a society to accept that we are going to have to fight this evil with rational, democratic principles in order to get rid of it, and that there are in reality no shortcuts that will ever enable us to do that.
Yeah. Prime Minister.
Absolutely agree with my right honourable friend. And in a sense, he refers to the number of plots that have been, the fact that a number of plots have been disrupted in recent years. And it's easy to forget that when the threat level is at severe, what that means is that an attack is highly likely. And it is not possible. We live in a free and open country. We live in a democracy. It's not possible to ensure, as he says, that we can prevent any attack from taking place, but we can work as hard as our security services and police do precisely to try to prevent attacks from taking place. They have worked hard, they have been doing a good job, and they continue to do a good job in keeping us safe and will do so into the future. But if we are to defeat this evil, then my right honourable friend is right. We will defeat this evil through our democracy and our values, and we must defeat, of course, the terrible ideology that leads people to conduct these horrific attacks.
Sir Angus Roberts.
May I begin, Mr. Speaker, by associating myself and my honourable and right honourable colleagues with everything that has been said by the Prime Minister, the leader of the Labour Party, and by you, Mr. Speaker. Today of all days, we are reminded that notwithstanding our differences on political and constitutional issues, we are as one in our dedication to democracy, the rule of law, and harmony between peoples of all faiths and none. May I begin personally by wishing the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary well as they work very hard on our behalf with the security and intelligence services to deal with the aftermath of the appalling indiscriminate terrorist act yesterday. Our hearts go out to the family and friends and colleagues of PC Keith Palmer and of all other casualties. We are all hugely grateful to all police, all security and intelligence staff and first responders who ran towards danger without concern for their own safety, and I include in that our colleague, the Right Honourable and gallant member for Bournemouth East, Tobias Elwood. Today is not a day for detailed questions, so will the Prime Minister accept, on behalf of the Scottish National Party and no doubt every member of this House, our huge debt of gratitude to all police and security agency staff who are working so hard to keep everyone in the country safe? And does she agree with me that no terrorist outrage is representative of any faith or of any faith community, and we recommit ourselves to strengthening the bonds of tolerance and understanding?
Hear, hear.
And finally, is it not best to follow the advice of Brendan Cox, the husband of our murdered MP colleague Joe Cox, who has said, "In the days to come, I hope we will remember the love and bravery of the victim, not just the hatred and cowardice of the attacker."
Well, may I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his words, and I think he is absolutely correct. Now is a time for us to come together to promote those values of tolerance and understanding that he has referred to recognise that what motivates the terrorists is a warped ideology and a desire to destroy the values that we share and the values that underpins our democracy, those values of the rule of law, of human rights, of tolerance and understanding, and of democracy itself. And we should be absolutely at one in ensuring that those values prevail. And finally, as he says, we should remember the bravery of the victims and the bravery of those who keep us safe day in and day out.
Mr. Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr. Speaker, may I commend my right honourable friend's powerful statement. May I add my prayers to those of hers for those who have died and who are suffering, and also particularly for Keith Palmer, our wonderful and brave police officer. We have faced such threats before by those of twisted and violent ideologies, as the broken stones of the arch that we enter through on a daily basis bear testament to, time and again. They have failed. They will always fail, because we are a beacon of freedom in this place, and that is why they target us. But as they fail, may I urge my right honourable friend to ensure that as we extol our righteous defiance in the face of such evil, we also lace it with compassion, tolerance, and hope.
Well, I absolutely share the thoughts that my right honourable friend has set out. He is right, this place is a beacon of freedom, and we should never forget that. We should be absolutely resolute in our determination to defeat this evil, but we should also be optimistic and hopeful for our democracy and our society in the future.
Mr. Tim Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for her statement and for early sight of it. Can I also thank her for her words from the steps of 10 Downing Street last night, which were both unifying and defiant, and in which she really did speak for us all. We always know that the police keep us safe, but yesterday, in the most shocking of ways, we saw how true that really is. Now, in my prayers are Keith Palmer, his family, and all the victims of yesterday's outrage, and they will continue to be there. We are beyond thankful to the police, to the NHS, to the emergency services, actually to the staff of this House in keeping us safe and being so utterly dedicated to their roles. Those who attack us hate our freedom, our peaceful democracy, our love of country, our tolerance, our openness and our unity. Now, as we work to unravel how this unspeakable attack happened, will she agree with me that we must not, either in our laws or by our actions, curtail these values? Indeed, we should have more of them.
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his comments, and he is right, of course, as others have said, that we should ensure that our values, those values of democracy and tolerance, of freedom, prevail. It is exactly those values which the terrorists are trying to attack. It is our very way of life that they wish to destroy. And that is why it is so important that out there, those millions of citizens are going about their lives as they would do normally, showing in the very smallest of ways, but each and every one of them, a defiance of the terrorists.
Mark Field.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst the dreadful events of yesterday took place within the boundaries of my own constituency, I know that the Palace of Westminster is close to the hearts not just of the 650 of us, but to many, many millions of our fellow countrymen and indeed people who live abroad. May I thank the Prime Minister for speaking so very eloquently for the nation, both on the steps of Downing Street yesterday evening and in the House today. And she reminds us all that the greatest tribute that we collectively can pay to those so tragically murdered is to ensure we go about our business as normally as possible and maintain the values and the liberties that our forefathers fought so hard to win on our behalf.
Yes. Well, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. It is so important that we continue to show that we not just value but espouse and in every action embody those freedoms and liberties, because it is that the terrorists wish to attack. Those freedoms and liberties were hard fought. There are parts of this palace where there have been many arguments in the past about those very freedoms and liberties. We must ensure that they remain and that we show in our actions, in our deeds and in our words that they remain at the heart of our democracy.
Harriet Harman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for her words here today and also her words on the steps of Downing Street yesterday. At this very difficult and important time, she spoke for us all, so I thank her for that. We're so proud of the bravery of PC Keith Palmer, so sad for his grieving family, but so grateful for what he did to keep us safe. And I'd like to add my tribute to all the police here in Westminster and the parliamentary staff who acted with such calmness and professionalism yesterday. And I'd like to pay tribute to the emergency trauma team at King's College Hospital who are caring for the injured. This was a horrific crime and it has cost lives and caused injury. But as an act of terror, it has failed. It has failed because we are here and we are going to go about our business. It's failed because despite the trauma that they witnessed outside their windows, our staff are here and they are getting on with their work. It failed because, as the Prime Minister so rightly said, we are not going to allow this to be used as a pretext for division, hatred and Islamophobia. This democracy is strong and this Parliament is robust. This was a horrific crime, but as an act of terror, it has failed.
Yeah. The Right Honourable Lady speaks very well, and I utterly agree with the words she has spoken.
Sir Peter Bottomley.
Some of us were present 38 years ago nearby when Erin Eve was martyred. The lesson we learnt then is not to damn a community because of the actions of a single person. The message I got from my imam from the Worthing House of Prayer and Peace was, we will always be with those who work for peace. Can I suggest that we try to disappoint those who calculate that publicity and public reaction will work in their favour by making sure that we work together and disappoint them?
No, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and the Metropolitan Police are bringing a number of faith leaders together for a meeting with them today to show the importance of that coming together of faith leaders, and they are, of course, working with communities up and down the country. To reassure, because there will be communities concerned about the possible reaction that might take place, so to reassure those communities that the job of the police is to keep us all safe.
Mr. Ed Miliband.
Can I join others, Mr. Speaker, in commending the Prime Minister for her statement last night and her statement today. In her tone and in her substance, she has spoken for the whole country, and I commend her for it. Can I also, Mr. Speaker, echo those who have said that we must not allow, in the coming days and weeks, anyone to try and divide our country on the basis of faith or nationality after these attacks. Because the reality is that across London, across the country, we are a country united against these attacks. That is who we are.
The right honourable gentleman is absolutely right. The country is united. People from all faiths and none are going about their business in defiance of the terrorists. They have a very clear message. They will not be cowed, and that is a message that this House gives very clearly today, that this country will not be cowed by these terrorists.
Theresa Villiers.
I too send my sympathies to all those bereaved or injured in yesterday's horrific attack. And as we reflect on what happened, is it time to consider whether the police who guard sensitive sites known to be of interest to terrorists like Parliament or like airports should routinely carry personal protection weapons even when those officers are not part of the units formally tasked with armed response?
Well, obviously, over the nearly 20 years now that I've been in this House, the level of security on the parliamentary estate has been enhanced significantly, and the number of armed officers on the parliamentary estate has been enhanced significantly. As to whether individual officers undertaking particular duties are routinely armed, that is an operational matter for the police themselves. They are the best able to judge the circumstances in which it is best for individuals to have those arms. But of course we have seen a significant increase in the number of armed response vehicles, the number of counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers. It is a sad reflection of the threat that we face that it has been necessary to do that, but we have been doing that. But as I say, the question that my right honourable friend specifically raises is really an operational matter for the police.
Mr. Nigel Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, can I too commend the Prime Minister for her words last evening and today when she spoke for all of us and for the entire country. PC Keith Palmer was and is, and his colleagues are the reason that we are here today and any other day. And he embodied the rule of law which we stand for. He stood in harm's way for all of us, and we remember and pray for his family and all those victims who suffered yesterday and the bereaved. We must remember too the bravery, and always will, of the emergency services, the police, the security forces and our own parliamentary staff, and indeed the goodness and decency of ordinary members of the public who rushed without regard to their own safety to help people, including our right honourable friend, the member for Bournemouth East. We must uphold the values of this place, our democratic values. We have learned in Northern Ireland that the way to overcome terrorism is by working together politically and in every other way to ensure that our democratic values, the rule of law, human rights are all upheld in every way that they can, and we must rededicate ourselves to that in the future.
Right, I absolutely agree with the right honourable gentleman. As he says, we are able to be here today because of the bravery of our police officers. But he also refers rightly to the emergency services and others, members of the public, as he said, and the staff of this House. Of this Parliament, who calmly went about their job to ensure that everybody was safe yesterday. And as he has said, and he's referred to the experience in Northern Ireland, the way to defeat terrorism is by working together and by upholding our democratic values.
Sir Edward Lee.
As a backbencher, it seems to me that both the Prime Minister and the leaders of the opposition parties have set exactly the right tone today and prove that it's values that unite this kingdom. When this chamber was completely destroyed in the war, Mr. Churchill and Mr. Attlee decided not a single day would pass without us carrying on our work. The Prime Minister has shown today, and her opposite number has shown today, that the best way to defeat terrorism is to prove that we will not be moved from our values and our place.
Yeah. My honourable friend is absolutely right. He refers to a specific example in the past when once again Parliament upheld our democracy and showed our values in the face of evil, and we continue to do it today.
Mr. Alan Johnson.
The Prime Minister is dealing with this outrage in a calm and assured way. Does she agree with me that an effective counter-terrorism strategy designed to prepare, to protect and pursue would be inadequate without the strand of prevent? And in that vein, will she assure the House that across all 43 constabularies there will be neighbourhood policing teams visible to and contactable by the public, which is a crucial strand in feeding information on terrorism to the counter-terrorism organisations?
The right honourable gentleman is right, and as he will know from his experience, of course, our counter-terrorism strategy does indeed embody those 4 pillars within it, including the pillar of prevent, and the action that is taken to prevent terrorism, to prevent violent extremism and to prevent extremism will come in many forms. But what is important, of course, is that individuals within communities do feel that they are able to give information when they are concerned about somebody within their community or concerned about somebody perhaps within their family and what is happening to them. And it's important that there are those opportunities for them, and they will be a variety of means, some through policing, some through other opportunities where people can go and give that information, not just to the protection of us all, but often to the benefit of the individual concerned.
James Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I commend the Prime Minister on her very fitting statement. When police officers die, they leave behind husbands, wives, sons and daughters. The Police Dependents Trust was set up to support the dependents of police officers killed or injured on duty following the brutal murder of 3 police officers in Shepherd's Bush in 1966. Would the Prime Minister join me in encouraging people to donate to the Police Dependents Trust via pdtrust.org/donate?
Yeah. I'm very happy to encourage people to do exactly as my honourable friend has suggested. It is a valuable organisation providing help and support to those who, as we have all said, the families who are left behind have to live forever with what for us has been an act of bravery for their family member, but for them is a tragedy and a trauma.
Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome the Prime Minister's words. She speaks for all of us with the backing of all parties today. And she was right to say this was an attempted attack on Parliament and democracy that failed because of the bravery of PC Keith Palmer, who gave his life doing a job with others to keep people safe. It was also an attempted violent, cowardly attack on our freedom by mowing down people who were just walking along a bridge. And as our hearts go out to them, would she agree that that attack on freedom also fails, not just because of communities' resilience and determination, but also of the perhaps unique partnership that we have in this country between the police and communities of all faiths and across all parts of the country, and that partnership working will be crucial to us making sure that the terrorists never win.
Yeah. Right Honourable Lady is right. It was a cowardly attack, as she said. Obviously, Parliament has particularly focused on the attempt to attack here into Parliament, but the mowing down of innocent men, women and children who were just going about their business in a variety of ways, but many of whom had come here as tourists to enjoy the great delights of this wonderful city, was an absolutely cowardly and appalling act. And we do need to ensure we have, I think, a unique bond between our police and their communities, and that is important that partnership and that bond continues.
Mr. Philip Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend the Prime Minister's statement, and can I also commend the Prime Minister for her reassuring dignity and resolve that she's shown. She's shown why she's proving to be a superb Prime Minister and why we're proud to have her as our Prime Minister. Of course, our hearts go out to the victims, and we honour the police who risk their lives every day to keep us safe, and unfortunately too often give up their lives to keep us safe. Can the Prime Minister assure us that she will make sure that the police forces up and down the country and the security services will always have the resources that they need in order to carry out their job of keeping us all safe?
I thank my honourable friend for his comments, and indeed, as I indicated in my statement, we have taken steps to enhance the resources available for our security and intelligence agencies and to protect the resources available for our police forces, particularly working in the counter-terrorism area. We have looked in recent times to increase, as I indicated earlier in answer to a question, the number of armed response vehicles available, and that's not just about armed response vehicles here in London, but in other parts of the country as well. Of course, we constantly look at making sure that our response is appropriate, but we are very conscious of the job that our police do day in and day out, and we give them the support they need.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Marianne, and I speak for my party, Plaid Cymru, and also commend the Prime Minister on the words that she's given us today. And I'd like to say that all of us here today, this is not a show of defiance. It's a show of respect for the dead and for the injured, respect to our duty, respect to democracy, and our duty to our constituents. One man cannot shut down a city, and one man cannot lock down democracy. Does she also agree that we must not react to such a warped ideology with unworthy responses?
I think what is absolutely appropriate is the response that this House has shown today. It has shown gratitude for the bravery of our police and our emergency services. It has shown respect and concern for those who have been the victims of the terrible attacks that took place. But also it has shown normality. And I think that is what is important as we defy the terrorists and as we work to defeat them.
Mr. Nigel Evans.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for her statement. Over 25 years, each and every one of... Well, I've been an MP for 25 years, and I've seen the police play many roles around the Palace of Westminster. One is to give advice to members of the public about where to go. On other occasions, I mean, none of us could have passed carriage gates without seeing members of the public having their photographs taken with the police. It's one of the things that they do. And one of the other things that they do is to protect our democracy, which we saw yesterday with brutal consequences. I'm very proud of the police and everything that they do in defending our democracy. Keith Palmer was one of us. The police who protect us are one of us. I hope that at some stage, I mean, the tribute to Keith and the police are that we're here today and our proceedings are going on. We have the arch that's been spoken about before, which is a lasting memorial to those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for our democracy. And I do hope that at an appropriate time, with discussion with the family, that we too may be able to look at a lasting memorial to Keith, in order that each and every one of us know that there are people putting their lives on the line for our democracy today.
I thank my honourable friend, and I'm sure the House authorities will wish to, Mr. Speaker, and the House authorities will wish to consider the point that he's made. But if I may just reflect on his earlier remarks, I think it is a particular characteristic of policing here in the United Kingdom that our police are able to have that link and that bond with members of the public at the same time as they're doing that very difficult job of keeping us safe. We see it so often in when major events take place, royal weddings, the Olympics and so forth, but actually he's absolutely right. We see it day in and day out here in this parliamentary estate.
Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we mourn those who were so cruelly cut down yesterday, give our grateful thanks to the police and to the emergency and security services for their exemplary courage and devotion to duty, and show as a country, by our determination to carry on, that we will not be cowed. As the Prime Minister put it so eloquently, does she agree that we will also need to show the same determination to stand up against anyone who seeks to sow division or to stir up hatred in the wake of these cowardly attacks?
I absolutely agree with the right honourable gentleman. We must be very clear that the voices of evil and hate will not divide us. That should also be a clear message from this House today.
James Cleverly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst our hearts go to all those people who were wounded and murdered yesterday, and to all the people who sought to help them, with your indulgence, sir, I'd like to turn for just a moment to PC Keith Palmer, who I first met 25 years ago as Gunner Keith Palmer at Headquarters Battery 100 Regiment, Royal Artillery. He was a strong, professional public servant. and it was a delight to meet him here again, only a few months after being elected. Would my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, in recognition of the work that he did and the other police officers and public servants here in the House do, consider recognising his gallantry and sacrifice formally with a posthumous recognition? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the obvious, not just compassion, but passion with which he has spoken about an individual he knew, and he bears witness to the tremendous public service that Keith Palmer had given this country in so many ways. And having served in our armed forces and then come here to this place and paid the ultimate sacrifice here at our heart of democracy, I can assure my honourable friend that the issue that he's raised is, of course, one that will be considered in due course.
Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, yesterday we saw absolutely the best of security, policing and emergency services. But I would just make a small plea going forward. Yesterday we also saw the camaraderie that got people through the lockdown. We had staff stuck in offices all over the estate. So as we go forward, if people could take the bravery and determination of yesterday, but remember to talk among themselves, support their staff, and not bury any feelings of fear from yesterday, but to let that out so that there is absolutely no scar remnant within this place as we go forward.
Well, the Honourable Lady, I think, has made a very important point. It's all too easy for us to come to this chamber to rightly show our gratitude for the bravery that was shown for those who protect us, but to forget that for all those staff who were caught up in this could have lasting impacts. And I think it is important that we do make, and I understand that there are moves afoot to ensure that the staff, that certainly as I said in my statement, that members are able to access help and support for them and their staff should they wish to do that. But actually just allowing people to talk about what happened is often the best remedy.
Baron Davis.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Prime Minister for her statement this morning and indeed her message last night in Downing Street. Can I also, as a former Metropolitan Police officer, pass my condolences personally to Constable Palmer's family and indeed to the other pedestrians and everybody involved yesterday. As someone who actually served on the Counter-Terrorist Command in the 1980s here in London, when the IRA, the Irish National Liberation Army, and indeed other Middle Eastern groups were bombing London apart, I know only too well the challenge that's faced by police. And I know the Prime Minister has been already asked about resourcing, but can I reinforce that, please, by asking that in the area of counter-terrorism, that the Met Police, indeed all police forces, and indeed the security services generally have and should want for nothing.
Yes, and I can reassure my honourable friend that we did do this major exercise through the refresh of the Strategic Defence and Security Review of looking at the resources that should be available for counter-terrorism across all aspects of dealing with counter-terrorism. That is, of course, about the security and intelligence agencies and about the police, but also there are other parts of government that have a role to play in counter-terrorism too. And extra resources are going in, as I indicated in my statement. Of course, we do want to ensure that all those who are involved in acting against terrorism have the support that they need to do the job that we want them to do.
George Howarth.
Could I associate myself with the Prime Minister's words and those of my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition? Will she accept that this is not about the personal security of us as members of Parliament or the security of this building? PC Keith Palmer died defending the values of, as the Prime Minister put it, free people everywhere. Yeah. And isn't the proper response over the coming days, as more facts emerge, that we stand firm for those self-same values of free people everywhere?
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right. As he says, it's not about individuals within this House or indeed this building. It is about what we stand for, and we should stand absolutely firm for those values.
Shailesh Vara.
May I start off by commending the Prime Minister on a very powerful speech, and particularly the tone with which it was delivered. Yesterday we saw an attack on this centre of democracy, and also an attack on the citizens of 10 countries. The message that we need to take away from here is that this ideology, this evil ideology, is not only an attack on Western countries and the values that we hold so dear, but it is an evil that seeks to destroy the way of life across the globe. And I hope that the message will go out to all decent and civilized countries that we must all redouble our resolve to deal with this evil.
I say to my honourable friend that I have been struck by the number of messages I have received, a number of foreign leaders who I have spoken to, who have been absolutely clear at this time that we stand together, as he says, in defiance, but also in ensuring that we will defeat this evil.
Mr. David Winnick.
Recognising the immense bravery of all concerned yesterday, should we not recognise, unfortunately, that terror attacks are likely to continue for years to come, and this country is not unique, needless to say, in Europe, let alone elsewhere, in having such onslaughts against them. But arising from what the Prime Minister said, can I just tell her that during the sustained IRA bombing, I didn't receive, during all those years as a Member of Parliament, I didn't receive any letters at all, or anyone come to my surgery telling me that we should change our policy in combating terrorism. And I have to say, it illustrates once again, our people are simply not appeasers.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right. I believe the British public stand with this Parliament in wanting to see us in defiance of the terrorists, defeating the terrorists, and showing that it is the values of democracy, the rule of law, the values of free people everywhere that underpin our way of life. I think people recognise that, and they want to see this House endorsing that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support all that the Prime Minister has said and done, and my thoughts are with all those who have been affected by this evil act. The Assistant Police Commissioner, Mr. Rowley, in 2016, said 2 people a day are being turned away from extremism, and that it is often members of the individual's own community who are alerting the authorities, and that it is communities who defeat terrorism. Can I ask the Prime Minister, what further steps are we taking to engage with all our communities so that we can work together to defeat non-violent extremism, which often then leads to violent extremism?
No, and my honourable friend is right that it is important that we defeat that extremism and deal with it at that earlier stage. And there is a lot of work that is being done within communities, working with communities. Obviously, there is work that the police do to encourage people within communities to come forward with information when it is possible to do so, when they have those concerns. And that is important, but people need to have the confidence of feeling that they can do that. And it's important to create the environment within communities when people feel, recognise where there are those who are trying to destroy our way of life and that they actually feel able to take action about that. But my honourable friend is right. Bringing communities together is an important part of the work that the government is doing on a number of fronts.
I had intended to call another Birmingham member who has sadly left the chamber. In the absence of that honourable member, let's hear the voice of Jack Dromey.
Mr. Speaker, can I first thank the Prime Minister for her leadership at a bleak moment for our country. As the brave guardian of Parliament, Keith Palmer, fought for his life yesterday, the Right Honourable Member for Bournemouth East fought to save his life. And can I say about the Right Honourable Member, he is one of Parliament's finest. Can I also ask the Prime Minister this? In backing our police to defeat terrorism, does she believe we should heed their wise words that to demonise and divide is to play right into the hands of the evil that is terrorism?
We should not be in any attempt making any attempt to demonise individual communities. What we should recognise is that it is individuals who are terrorists, that they are adhering to a warped ideology of evil. And that is true whatever the origin of the terrorism, because there are different ideologies, and this House has been struck before, as we know, and has felt terrorism of a different sort hitting at a member of this House. So we must ensure that we do not demonise communities, but we work with them to identify and to isolate those who wish to do us harm.
Andrew Bridgen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the wake of yesterday's evil, tragic but unfortunately not wholly unexpected attack on this place, as the Prime Minister said, there will be a review of the response of our excellent police and security services. But does my right honourable friend agree with me that in an open and free democracy such as ours, there's always going to be a balance between our security and public access and the transparency of our democracy? And if that balance is not maintained, then unfortunately the terrorists will have won.
My honourable friend is absolutely right that it is a balance. We live in an open and free democracy. We want members of the public to be able to have access to their representatives and to this place, and for members of this place to have easy access to it. That is part of how we operate. And it's important that as we look ahead and as we say, ask that question of whether there is anything more that needs to be done, we recognise that we should not in any way destroy the values that underpin our democracy, because if we do that, then, as he says, the terrorists will have won.
Fiona McTaggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the first time in this House, I want to agree with everything that every member who's spoken so far has said. But can I add, thanks to two more groups of people who haven't yet been mentioned, the staff at Westminster Abbey who received people who were left from this House, and also the firearms officer who actually acted in a way that he'd been trained to but probably never expected to, and we owe him our thanks. The Prime Minister knows better than any of us that this sort of attack, it looks like a lone wolf kind of attack, is the hardest for our security services to prevent. Its prevention, as her remarks have made clear, is best achieved by us celebrating our values, the values which meant that among the victims there were people of 11 different nationalities, our openness, our democracy. What can she do to help ensure that everybody in Britain, every child, everyone of every religion, is given the opportunity to learn about those values and to celebrate them? Because I think that's the best way to keep us safe in future.
Well, first of all, may I join the Right Honourable Lady in commending, as she has said, the staff of Westminster Abbey who played a role in supporting people from Parliament yesterday, but also, as she says, the firearms officer who acted, we know, had to make a split-second decision about what to do. This is not an easy job. It is difficult. They are trained to do it, but when the point comes, it is a difficult decision to take. But we are grateful that he did that, and with the consequences that we know. It is important that we celebrate those values. I think that is an important element of us countering the extremists, is actually to ensure that the values that we share are championed but are resolutely put forward. I think it's for all of us. The Right Honourable Lady asks what I would do, but actually I think it's for everybody in this House, as we go about our business of Members of Parliament, to encourage that celebration of the values that we share.
Richard Drax.
Speaker, can I commend my right honourable friend for the resolute, brave and courageous way she stood up for our country, and how proud we are of her. Does she agree with me that one terrorist will not destroy our country? 10 terrorists will not destroy our country. 10,000 terrorists will not destroy our country. In fact, no amount of terrorists will ever destroy our way of life, because they're just trying to destroy what we in this place represent: freedom and democracy.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. Terrorism will not destroy our way of life. It will not win. We uphold those values of freedom and democracy. They underpin our way of life. They are what the terrorists are trying to attack. They're what the terrorists dislike. But we must ensure that we uphold those values. And as he says, no number of terrorists will defeat this place or defeat those values.
Ian Murray. Speaker, PC Keith Palmer didn't return home from work yesterday to his family, so the rest of us in this House could. We should never forget that sacrifice, and every single day we should pass our thanks to the staff security of this House and the emergency services. And I wonder if I could ask the Prime Minister just to join me in cherishing what happened here yesterday, with staff coming together who were terrified and frightened and all supporting each other. And that in itself is a way to say to terrorism that it will never win.
No, I absolutely join the honourable gentleman in as he says. I think the way that people came together, they showed that camaraderie, they supported each other at what was a difficult and uncertain time for individuals within this parliamentary estate, and that was a very important message to the terrorists.
Michael Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is reported that what happened yesterday was an act of Islamic terror. Will the Prime Minister agree with me that what happened was not Islamic, just as the murder of Ari Neve was not Christian, and that in fact both are perversions of religion?
I absolutely agree, and it is wrong to describe this as Islamic terrorism. It is Islamist terrorism. It is a perversion of a great faith.
Tom Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And firstly, I'd like to pay tribute to the Prime Minister and wish her well and her Cabinet well in the deliberations as we go forward. Can I echo everything that's been said about those that have been killed and their families and the victims? Can I ask the Prime Minister that every effort will be made to support those victims and their families, and also the police officer whose role it was to stop the terrorist in the end?
I can assure the honourable gentleman that that support will be available. Of course, for those who have been affected by the attacks, for those who have been injured and the bereaved families, the Metropolitan Police have already in place the support arrangements necessary. But I've also asked government to look at what further support can be available for victims in a wider sense, because there will be people who may not have been physically injured by the attack yesterday, but perhaps witnessed it, were caught up in it, for whom there may be other scars, and I think it's important we provide that support.
Dr. Matthew Offord.
Parliament is a very different place this morning, and coming in on my way in from the tube, it made me realise that millions of people actually live with the after effects of terrorism. And it was almost within the hour yesterday morning that in my summing up in Westminster Hall to the Foreign Office Minister, I said, I understand that his experience of terrorism is something that is not known to the rest of us. I could certainly repeat that assertion again this morning about his experience yesterday afternoon. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that we should actually use the honour system to recognise those people who made a contribution yesterday, including the Honourable Member for Bournemouth East?
Well, as I've indicated earlier, I think obviously proper consideration will be given to the issue that my honourable friend raises. But if I may just say about my right honourable friend, the member for Bournemouth East, who I spoke to yesterday evening, I think we should all recognise that not only did he show huge professionalism in putting his past training to the use and the hope that he had of rescuing the life of PC Keith Palmer, but of course it was in the middle of a terrorist attack, and our right honourable friend is somebody who knows the trauma and tragedy of losing somebody in a terrorist attack.
Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I very much associate myself with the statement that the Prime Minister and everyone has made, and pay tribute to all of those who were involved. We are thinking of the victims and of their families. As the sister of a police officer in uniform, none of us really know when they go out of the front door in the morning what they are going to face. So I have to say that yesterday hit all of us, as it did, particularly hard for those of us who have family in uniform. And I am sure, and I'm pleased to hear, that she will be giving all the support she can to the victim's family and all of those who were affected.
Speaks well on this. When I was Home Secretary, there were two events that always brought home the commitment and bravery and dedication of police officers to me. One was the National Police Service Memorial Day, when the police recognised those who have fallen. And the other was the Police Bravery Awards, when groups of police officers are recognised for brave acts that they have undertaken. And what always struck me, and I'm sure other members of this House who have been at that awards ceremony, was the matter-of-fact way in which our police officers would, whatever they had done, whoever they had dealt with, whatever action they'd had to take, whatever injuries they'd suffered, would just say they were doing their job. We owe them a very great deal.
George Freeman.
Mr. Speaker, could I start by thanking the Prime Minister for the tone with which she's reacted. She has genuinely spoken for the nation in this moment. Yesterday, many of us from this House were gathered in Westminster Abbey in lockdown. In a stunning moment, people from left and right, people from the Muslim, Hindu, Christian faiths and none, gathered in Westminster Abbey in sanctuary, surrounded by luminaries of our political past, of left and right. Could I encourage the Prime Minister and support those others who've reminded us today that this isn't an act of faith, it's an act of distortion of faith, and it is in the strength of all of our faiths coming together in this country that we will defend the values we cherish.
Yes, my honourable friend is absolutely right. I think it is. It shows the importance of all of our faiths working together and recognising the values that we share. And as he says, this act of terror was not an act of faith. It was a perversion, a warped ideology which leads to an act of terrorist like that, and it will not prevail.
Khalid Mahmood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My prayers are with all those who were injured, all those who lost their lives and their families, and particularly PC Keith Palmer, who made the ultimate sacrifice. This attacker and people like him are not of my religion, nor are they of our community. And we should condemn all of them who pretend to be of a particular religion, because they're not of a religion. If they were of a religion, they wouldn't be carrying acts like this. We have to stay united and show them that they can't win on these grounds, and we are here to stay.
May I commend the honourable gentleman for the comments that he has just made, and indeed for the stance that he has consistently taken on this issue of terrorism. He has been very clear that, as he says, this is not of his religion. It is a perversion, it is a warped, evil mentality that leads to these acts of terror.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I join in saluting my honourable friend and fellow Dorset County member, the honourable member for Bournemouth East, for his quiet bravery yesterday. It's a hallmark of his character, Mr. Speaker, that he stands below the bar of the House today. Would my right honourable friend agree with these words written by a worker on the London Underground yesterday afternoon, penned on a public notice board shortly after the events? My judgment is that he or she speaks for the whole country, irrespective of faith or creed, when they wrote, "All terrorists are politely reminded that this is London, and whatever you do to us, we will drink tea and jolly well carry on."
I think that is a wonderful tribute, and in a very simple way, I think has encapsulated everything everybody in this House has said today.
Mr. Kevin Brennan.
Like many members, in the 16 years I've been a member here, I've walked every day through the carriage gates and said a small prayer for the safety of those who stand there to protect us. And from now on, we'll add a prayer for the soul of PC Keith Palmer. But amongst the bravery and professionalism that we saw yesterday, and I say this as a former teacher who took children on many school trips, with the actions of the teachers, both of those injured in the attack and those who were here during the lockdown in this House, who kept the children educated, entertained and calm on a day, on a school trip, that they saw, witnessed and heard of things that they should never have to see.
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right. I mean, must have been particularly difficult for those children who were here and being caught up in this. And the work of we should commend the work of their teachers in offering them that reassurance and calm. But we must also recognise particularly, I think, the role of the French teachers of the French group. the last thing you expect when you bring a group of young people to visit another country is that something terrible like that is going to happen. And of course, they will have acted to support and will be continuing to support the other members of that group who have been through this trauma.
Mr. David Rutley.
Speaker, as we were evacuated from this House yesterday, I too met several stoical school groups who had been involved with visits that had been organised by the Parliamentary Education Service. Does my right honourable friend agree that such visits, as promoted by you, Mr Speaker, are vital and help provide an antidote to hatred and to intolerance?
Yes, I absolutely agree, and I think they're also important in helping to promote the values that we share. The Right Honourable Lady, the member for Slough, asked me earlier about how we can ensure that we're promoting those values, and I think that work that Parliament does in bringing in school children and showing them the work of Parliament and values of our democracy is an important part of that.
Rashanara Ali.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My thoughts are with PC Palmer's family and the families of all those who were victims of yesterday's terrorist attacks. We are so grateful to the emergency services and everyone who protected us and the wider public. The Prime Minister speaks for the whole country in her message of unity. But does she agree with me that the painstaking work begins now in the days ahead for all of us in our constituencies in providing reassurance and maintaining that unity, because it is in the days after an event like what's happened that we have to be vigilant against those who try to exploit these kinds of attacks and cause backlashes and intolerance against different communities. And the role of the media is absolutely critical in ensuring that we maintain our resilience and that sense of defiance and solidarity.
Well, the Honourable Lady is right. There is an immediate focus on the event that has taken place. But of course, as she says, it is in the days afterwards that some may try to sow division and hatred in our communities, and we all have a role to play in ensuring that does not happen.
Dr. Lisa Cameron.
Many thanks, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for her statement and to offer condolences to all affected. As a former Armed Forces family, I know that at these times it is all the more important to show our resolve. I also hope that we will continue to support all affected, because although trauma may not impact straight away, it can have long-term impacts and effects. We must reach out in compassion, for that is what sets us aside from terrorists.
The Honourable Lady makes a very good point. I think over time, sadly, with a number of incidents, we've come to learn more about the importance of providing that support, that it isn't just about an immediate reaction, but for some, the impact of an attack can kick in quite a while later, and that's why we are looking at the support that is available for victims.
Evans.
I commend my right honourable friend's statement. I hope she'll agree with me saying that Great Britain's police force is the greatest in the world. And for those of us who served as police officers, I pay tribute to PC Keith Palmer, who was stood serving this house, protecting this house unarmed, and when duty called, he went into the face of evil and paid the ultimate sacrifice. But these lone wolf-type terrorist attacks are notoriously difficult to defend against. What, if anything, can be done to make sure this event doesn't happen again?
Prime Minister.
In terms of protective security, work will be done with the parliamentary estate to see if there's anything more that needs to be done. But the best way of defeating the terrorists is through intelligence, is through finding information about the potential for attacks taking place in advance and then preventing them. As I said in my statement, since June 2013, 13 terrorist plots have been disrupted in this country. That's due to the hard work of our police and security and intelligence agencies. They work day in and day out to keep us safe, and they will continue to do so.
Reynolds.
Mr Speaker, I think everyone who works on the parliamentary estate has at some point considered what they would do if a day like yesterday ever happened. But for those of us who work with our families on site, alongside us, it is of particular concern. And I wonder if the Prime Minister would just join me in saying a specific word of praise for the staff at the House of Commons nursery for their actions yesterday. Many of us can attest that looking after just one toddler in a confined space for a number of hours is not easy, but yesterday they looked after all the children in some very difficult circumstances, all the time keeping in touch with some very worried parents. And I was actually in the nursery during the lockdown, and their courage and their care and their steadfastness was exemplary and much appreciated.
Very happy to join the honourable gentleman in commending the work of the staff of the nursery. It must have been particularly difficult with very young children in what was an uncertain and difficult circumstance. And I'm sure that they did an excellent job, and I'm happy, as I say, to join him in commending the work they did.
Mr. Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join in all the tributes that have been paid, but I think those of us that were locked down in the House will also want to pay particular tribute to your deputy, the Chairman of Ways and Means, and indeed to the Leader of the House for their keeping calm and carrying on, keeping us informed of what was going on. And I would also pay tribute to the Hansard reporters who kept democracy going and recorded 3 hours after the business had finished. The live recording of the proceedings up to the adjournment was also recorded, and that's a tribute to the continuity of our democracy.
Prime Minister.
Yes, indeed, and I would join the honourable gentleman in commending the actions of both the Chairman of Ways and Means and my right honourable friend, the Leader of the House, yesterday, who I think very calmly was able to reassure members of this House at a time when nobody actually knew everything about what was happening. There was only very limited information available.
Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday showed us the worst of humanity, but it also showed us much, much more the best of humanity, whether that was the Right Honourable Member from Bournemouth East, the actions of PC Palmer, or the firearms officer who shot down the person who wanted to terrorise all of us and our country and our democracy. I have been touched in the last 2 days by the number of people from my constituency who have contacted me of Christian faith, of Jewish faith, of Muslim faith and of no faith. And I particularly want to pay tribute to the chairman of the mosques in Leeds, who contacted me to say that his thoughts and prayers and of all the Muslim community in Leeds are with all of us at this difficult time. And there will be prayers in mosques, synagogues, churches across our country in the days ahead.
Well,
I join the honourable lady. I think all faith communities across this country will be coming together and will, as she says, be remembering those who have suffered as a result of those attacks, but also in their coming together ensuring that they again show how, because they represent those values that we've talked about that are so important to our way of life.
Chris Bryant.
The Prime Minister has been absolutely exemplary in this, as indeed she was on Hillsborough, in my view. Yeah. So I congratulate her for that. The member for Ribble Valley earlier was absolutely right when he said that Keith was one of us. And I think one of the things we saw yesterday was that the parliamentary family is a very big family. It includes cooks and cleaners and clerks and doorkeepers and all sorts of people who make our democracy function, who are in many ways far more important than we are. We have, when an MP dies in action, a shield is put up in this chamber, or when they're killed like Ian Gow and Erin Neve in a terrorist incident, they have a shield put up in this chamber, and sadly I hope soon there will be one for Joe Cox. Surely it is time, whatever other tributes there may be, whatever other medals there may be in the future, Keith had a shield in this chamber because he was our shield and defender yesterday.
Well, I say to the right honourable gentleman, I think it is appropriate that PC Keith Palmer should, and the bravery that he showed and his act of sacrifice should be recognised in an appropriate way. Obviously, the right honourable gentleman will realise what that is a matter for the House authorities.
James Heapy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday on Westminster Bridge and in New Palace Yard, many members of the public and of this House attempted to give life-saving aid to those who had been injured. Many of us will have asked ourselves the question since about whether we would have had those skills had we been in close proximity to deliver that aid. Will the Prime Minister join with me in encouraging those who now seek to acquire those skills to do so and perhaps contact their local branch of the St John Ambulance to take those lessons?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very important point and a very good point, and I would join him in that encouragement. I think there are probably the vast majority of members of this House would not have had the skills to be able to act in that way, and it's a very good message that maybe more of us should go out and acquire those skills.
John Woodcock.
The aim of any terrorist is to exploit the completely natural and inevitable sense of public interest and grief and sympathy to sow disunity and disruption and fear beyond the physical act of terror itself. So in building on her commendable words about the resolution of the British people, does she think that we should also take time to reflect in this chamber and outside it, including in the media, about how we can balance the public interest and people's feelings of grief with seeking not to give oxygen of publicity to the whatever cause it is that a terrorist seeks to promote?
Well, it is. This question of the oxygen of publicity is obviously an important one, and I think we should all reflect on the point that the Honourable Gentleman has made. And he references the actions of the media. Of course, we shouldn't forget, we've talked about a number of people who were caught up in this yesterday. There were many journalists who were caught up either on the periphery of the parliamentary estate or indeed in the parliamentary estate, and continuing and doing their best to do their job in reporting faithfully what was happening. But I think how these matters are addressed, how these matters are reported is an important consideration. As he says, we want to ensure that it isn't possible for people to use these actions either to encourage others or to try to sow division.
Thank you, and I'd like to add my condolences and my gratitude to those already so eloquently expressed. Yesterday, 2 of my constituents were caught up in the attacks, one of whom is 8 months pregnant, and they have asked me to pass on their gratitude and thanks to the House staff and the police for the consideration with which they were treated during the 5-hour lockdown. Would the Prime Minister agree with me that just as we continue to go about our daily work, so those we represent must continue to see this House as their house and must be encouraged to come here to see and participate in the democracy which puts our values into action?
Well, I think that is a very important point. It is part of our democracy that members of the public, that the constituents we represent are able to come to this place, are able to learn about this place, but are also able to access their elected representatives at this place, and we should ensure that that will always continue.
Tulip Siddiq.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend has already mentioned the House of Commons staff who were showing exemplary behaviour in the face of adversity yesterday. I wanted to particularly pay tribute to the manager, Angeli, who was very reassuring, calm, and dealt with nervous parents who had very small babies on sides. It's every parent's worst nightmare, and they really demonstrated how they stayed calm under a terrorist attack. May I also add that people who commit acts of terrorism in the name of Islam do not speak for the Muslims in this country, do not speak for the Muslims in this city, and certainly do not speak for me.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her words, again for the warm way in which she has spoken of the action of members of the House of Commons staff who were looking after the small children in the nursery. But she's very right, absolutely right. The terrorists do not speak in the name of a faith. They have a warped ideology.
Toby Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The murderer who used both his car and also a knife as indiscriminate weapons of murder yesterday cared not what the faith the people he killed was, nor the nationality. Doesn't it say everything about why our values will prevail and the values of murder will not? That after the police had shot him, they attempted to save his life.
I think it absolutely does show those values that underpin our way of life. That was the first thought that they did try to save the individual's life, and that is what the police do. It's what they have done in previous incidents as well. And as he says, I think that shows the values that are absolutely at the heart of our society.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Prime Minister for her strength of character and for her leadership at this time. Cometh the hour, cometh the woman. So we thank you, Prime Minister, and we also thank God will bless you as well in all you do. Prime Minister, at this moment in time, of course, we're all very aware of the policy review that will take place. The policy review will make recommendations and make enhancements. Could I ask, Prime Minister, what assurance seek an assurance that they will be conveyed to the Scottish Parliament, to the Welsh Assembly, to the Northern Ireland Assembly, and further cooperation with the Republic of Ireland, which is very important for us in Northern Ireland, that it will be enhanced and indeed strengthened? Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments. Obviously, any lessons that are learned here in this parliamentary estate, we must recognise there are other representative bodies, parliaments and assemblies across the United Kingdom, and of course it's important that we ensure those messages are shared.
Geraint Davis.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I spoke with the Imam of Swansea University Mosque, Sheikh Mossim, who wanted to share his deepest sorrow, shock and condolences with Keith Palmer and all the bereaved families, and to say that Islam, of course, is the Arabic word for peace, that these acts were not carried out in the name of Islam, that extremists, whether they are Islamic fundamentalists or right-wing terrorists, are trying to divide our communities, and we should stand united shoulder and shoulder against all terror. And will she send a message to Muslims in Swansea and throughout Britain that we will stand shoulder to shoulder to defend our shared values, our freedoms, our democracies, our human rights in a land and a community that we all share?
Yes.
Prime Minister.
This act of terror was not done in the name of a religion. It was done as a result, as I've said earlier, of a warped ideology. And all acts of terror are evil acts that are underpinned by warped ideology of different sorts, but it has within it that, whatever that ideology, it is an attempt to divide us and to destroy our way of life that drives the evil acts of the terrorists. So we stand together with the Muslim community and with other communities around this country and say that what unites us is greater than what divides us. And we must be very clear that we share the values of democracy, the values of rule of law, the values of freedom. These are what make us a society in which we all live.
Order. I thank the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and all colleagues for what they have said and for the way in which they have said it. Order. Business statement. The Leader of the House, Mr. David Liddington.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with permission, before I announce the business, I'd just like to update colleagues on one or two practical matters following on the terrorist attack yesterday. First of all, as is apparent to us all, the security checks and the rules on access to the palace remain for the time being more restrictive than those to which we become accustomed, and I hope just not that honourable members on all sides will accept the need for patience and compliance, but will ensure that their staff understand the need for these arrangements at present. Secondly, allusion was made in earlier exchanges to the possible health needs of staff and others who may have witnessed what took place yesterday, and I would take this opportunity to remind all colleagues of the Parliamentary Health and Wellbeing Service based at 7 Millbank, which is available to provide that kind of support to staff as well as to members. The books of condolence to PC Palmer are now open in the Library, the Royal Gallery and Westminster Hall. And finally, on this point, Mr. Speaker, the chapel in the Undercroft will be open all day for any member or staff member who wishes to say prayers or to reflect. And your chaplain, Mr. Speaker, will be conducting short services there at 12:30 p.m, 3 p.m. and 6 p.m, which anybody is welcome to attend. Mr. Speaker, the business for next week will be as follows. Monday the 27th of March, remaining stages of the Bus Services Bill, Lords. Tuesday the 28th of March, consideration of Lord's amendment to the Neighbourhood Planning Bill, followed by a debate on a motion on the conflict in Yemen, that debate having been determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Wednesday the 29th of March, remaining stages of the Pension Schemes Bill, Lords, followed by we expect opposed private business to be named by the Chairman of Ways and Means. Thursday the 30th of March, debate on a motion on animal welfare, followed by a general debate on matters to be raised before the forthcoming adjournment, these subjects having been determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 31st of March, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 17th of April will include Monday the 17th of April, the House will not be sitting, and Tuesday the 18th of April, second reading of the Finance No. 2 Bill.
Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Leader of the House for the forthcoming business and for mentioning where staff and people who work in this House can get some extra support if they need it. Can I also thank him and his deputy for the leadership he showed yesterday. It is a sad day, Mr. Speaker, because we have lost a superhero, someone who has kept us safe every day. His family is suffering, and now they're trying to make sense of his death, but their life will be utterly changed. But we will always remember Keith Palmer. Can also thank colleagues who were extremely patient yesterday, and the Year 12 politics students of Dr. Challoner High School who are up in the gallery, and a primary school from Birmingham, but especially, of course, the police and security service and the emergency services for all they did to protect us and keep us informed in their usual professional manner, and for the dedication that they show as public servants day after day, allowing us to go about our lives safely. And to the Sergeant-at-Arms and the magnificent team of doorkeepers, we all know how good you are every day, but in a situation as we had yesterday, on behalf of all of us, a very special, extra special thank you for your calm professionalism and kindness. It's a real tribute to the House service. Yeah. And the Clerk of the House and your team, ensuring decisions could be made promptly and sensibly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said this is business as usual, and so I will proceed to business as usual and ask the Leader of the House. It is a convention, when a statutory instrument is prayed against, that there is a debate. Could I express my concern that the convention has not been followed in two particular EDMs, the case of the PIP regulations, EDM 985, and the 948 tuition fee awards. Those in psychological distress are denied access to additional support under these regulations. Epilepsy Action have also said they're deeply concerned about the regulations and how it affects people with epilepsy and other people with long-term conditions. So, and for the students, the inflation-linked rise represents a 2.8% increase. If continued, this could mean the fees rising above £10,000 in the
Yeah, unfortunately, the 16 wasn't quite popular. I think it's a lot I'll put my charge. Give me one, I'll read it. No, that's Russ is just standing there. I mean, Russ is all over.
Going about here.
That light's on. Come on. Puppies, puppies. We're up for doing more. Just loved it, guys. Come on. I'm going there, Dave. Yep, should I?
That's on now, yeah. Tilt it down a bit. Yeah. That's off now. Oh. That's on. It's on. That's on. It's on. It's on. It's on. That's doing it right, isn't it? Is that on full help? Thought I'd do more than that. Looks bright. This is doing nothing. That's better. Hey. That's brighter. That's definitely brighter. Yeah. Coming up? Yeah, yeah. Ah. Turn it out, man. Oh, it's going on. Is it better? Yeah, carry on, carry on. Go right, yeah. Can you see me, Jamie? Audio-wise, we're going to go analogue down to the truck. So XLR straight into the...
I've been told it's coming out the SDI. No?
No, because we've got to split the audio from the cameras because it's going for vision mixing the truck.
The colour.
I'm not telling you that.
No. I just want you to double check with Guy. What? One of the guys from the truck came out.
I'm from the truck.
You're also from the truck. So you want me to plug straight in?
Straight in, yeah.
Just mono?
Yeah, mono.
Mono.
Yeah. It's because vision mixer in there is not. It's just vision mixer. It's not audio. So if you vision mix with embedded.
That's the audio. He was just saying because he didn't, just in case one of the cameras went down, but I guess with bypasses, cameras going down anyway.
Great. I mean, you can give the camera a thing as well if you want. I'll take my headphones off because I'm going to need them today. You're not going to. Well, the batteries go. One right there. Second light will do for. That will be there. Yeah, it's tight round here, but I'll go here. You go there, Dave.
Just because I've already got it connected, I'm going to give you a stereo feedback, so you just plug it in, but you don't obviously have to.
Just it's audio one.
Audio one.
You all right? Thank you. All good. Good. Dave, what's your next, mate? Cheers.
stand in for a minute, do a white blow. A little bit salt. Nice. Really looking. Back a bit. Yeah, a bit of white. You got a bit of white? White. Huh?
Yeah.
Done with the white? Yeah. Yeah, do that. What's happening? Lights on? Yeah, these are.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, great. Yeah, hang up now. Okay, just wanted to let you know. Bye.
What am I standing on? I thought I was standing on something. Coming up, we're live in Westminster where investigations continue into yesterday's terror attack. Fingertip searches continue as 8 are arrested and so-called Islamic State claims responsibility. Defiant MPs return to work as normal today, with tributes to the victims all round. With the latest after the break.
Go film there. I think they opened up the butcher. I think they. Huh? They're removing all the tape.
It's taller than I am. Does it need a most?
I can't change them. Like, they're saying, oh yeah, if they open up the bridge, there's no point letting them up the light. After. Yeah. They removed all the tape already. They want me to take over. No, I can't show up numbers.
Yeah, but when this is finished, they'll want me to go to. You right?
Yeah, and you?
6 or 6.
Half 5.
Well, let's have a look and see what. Coming up, we're live at Westminster.
Questa situazione ha anche presentarsi una città che sta emergendo, come ha chiesto il nostro con la normalità, 100 anni di normalità stanno nella nostra vittoria, perché Theresa May siamo più forti della Repubblica, il nostro siamo più forti, il Parlamento che ha aperto, che lavorano in maniera immediata e che allerta dall'alto di tristezza per quanto accaduto, ha parlato anche del sindaco di Roma, tendendo la mano a tutta la città, ribadendo come l'unità sia
doors around, but southbound stays up and around. We're going to move. Yeah, because I've just spoke to the police. They said the northbound's opening now, southbound's going to open hopefully Let me now. remind you of what happened here at Westminster almost 24 hours ago. It began with the vehicle, a 4x4, speeding across Westminster Bridge around 2:30 p.m. yesterday. It mounted the curb, mowing down a number of pedestrians, including several police officers. 2 people were killed here as the vehicle zigzagged across the road. The 4x4 continued on, ploughing into the fence surrounding the Houses of Parliament. Shortly afterwards, police say a man with a knife entered Parliament's grounds, stabbing the police officer Keith Palmer, before being shot dead by other officers. Westminster was quickly placed into lockdown. Is Simesy down with you yet? Okay. The road, as you can see, well, he needs to know that the road is now open, northbound, which is the carriageway in which it all happened. So that's free flowing now behind us. Yes. No, only heading north. Whereabouts? Yeah. Okay, can we record the trail? 20 seconds, gang. Coming up, we're live in Westminster with ongoing investigations into yesterday's terror attack. Fingertip searches continue as 8 are arrested. Will we have time to rehearse? Ready when you are. It's a rehearsal though, yeah? This is a rehearsal. Eight arrests and a fingertip search in Westminster. The police response to a national outrage. The identity of the man who murdered 3, including one of their own, is known, but the search for clues continues. Overnight, a series of police raids across the country, while MPs in London return to the Commons. A minute's silence in memory of the victims, and a message of defiance from the Prime Minister. Sixth form teacher Aisha Prada is confirmed as one of those who died. More remain critically ill, including 2 police officers. PC Keith Palmer, killed defending Parliament, is praised by those he protected and those who knew him well. We'll do it in a minute. Today, so-called Islamic State claimed it was behind the attack, with the very latest live from Westminster. Oh, you stand in your box, please. Cheers, mate. Better? No. Still there, Take the skin out. Take the skin out. I'll take it a bit more than that if you won't go to Still got it? Oh, yeah, it's got it. How's that? I think we've done it. Well done. we need him. No, we need Stuart. We need Stuart, actually. He's holding the position. We've got Charlie just have a quick go at the top lead-in. No cameras going in that spot. You can do that, Charlie, can't you? Yeah, Charlie can do that. There we go. Yeah. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to live. To the train. To the train. Okay, good afternoon from Westminster, the scene of an awful terror attack yesterday, in a place of stoic defiance today. In the last few moments, the bridge heading up into Parliament has been reopened. Across that bridge behind me, counter-terror police, forensics officers and detectives are piecing together exactly what happened here, why, and with whose assistance. As that continues MPs, it's not that some of whom are witnesses, return to the points today. The Prime Minister delivering the message, we are not afraid. It's going dark. I can't. That's better. 2 people were killed when the attacker drove a car onto pedestrians on Westminster Bridge yesterday afternoon. He then murdered a policeman before being shot dead by plainclothes officers. Overnight, 8 were arrested in a series of police raids. We now know the man behind the Swiss British war and no disappearance. Today there was a claim of responsibility for the so-called Islamic State. We'll have the latest on the investigation in the tributes to those who were killed. Our first report from James.
This is just a council trail layout.
I can't remember. That would be handy. It's returned to the Commons today. Where is it? Below. What happens if you tighten the shot? Worse.
Okay, that's the trail played out.
Yeah, I'm on the news.
It's tight and it is very tight. Matt Freestone's. Matt Freestone's too small again. It's quite forward out there.
On yours?
Yet being the key word.
Rohit, when you come in, that will be your mark, mate. I'll be over there. Okay.
Eight arrests and a fingertip search in Westminster, the police response to a national outrage. The identity of the man who murdered three, including one of their own, is known. The search for clues continues. Overnight, a series of police raids across the country, while MPs in London return to the Commons. A minute's silence in memory of the victims, and a message of defiance from the Prime Minister. A sixth form teacher, Aisha Frada, is confirmed as one of those who died. More remain critically ill, including 2 police officers. BC Keith Palmer, killed defending Parliament, is praised by those he protected and those he knew so well. Today, so-called Islamic State claimed it was behind the attack, with the very latest live from Westminster. Good afternoon from Westminster, the scene of an awful terror attack yesterday, the place of stoic defiance today. A symbol of that, Just a few moments ago, the bridge behind me reopened to traffic. Counter-terror police, forensic officers and detectives are piecing together exactly what happened here, why and with whose assistance. As that continues, MPs, some of whom are witnesses, return to the Commons today, with the Prime Minister delivering the message, "We are not afraid." 2 people were killed when the attacker drove a car into pedestrians on Westminster Bridge yesterday. He then murdered a policeman before being shot dead by plainclothes officers. Overnight, 8 were arrested in a series of police raids. We now know the man behind this was British-born and known to security services. Today, there was a claim of responsibility from so-called Islamic State. We'll have the latest on the investigation and hear the tributes to those who were killed. Our first report is from Paul Davis.
No problem. So I come in. Come back.
This, I'd rather be on the floor if it's not that much.
No, that's why I thought.
Should we come off it now?
Come off it then.
Yep.
That's all right.
We're going to Chapman first, and then into you.
Sorry, Mike. Yeah.
Go back behind there, actually. I'd rather hear his.
Al Lorna, just in case there's any underlay involved, with Rohit, the first question will be, is the claim of responsibility credible? And the second question will be about the assailant. Peripheral, what does that tell us? BC Palmer.
Okay.
Sorry, mate. It wasn't very clear. Mine was coming out. Can you hear now?
I'll just go back a bit. I've got to move it. Back one more. There, that's it.
1 minute.
That's it. I'm okay here, Matt. No, I'm okay here.
Al Lorna, just to confirm to Ben, it's straight down the pod.
Single unless law says otherwise.
haven't got this on hard copy. Ben, thank you. Well, less than 24 hours after the attack, the traffic on Westminster Bridge is flowing again. It reopened just a few moments ago. The remarkable speed, a sign of the defiance shown by this city today. Our security editor, Rohit Kachru, joins me live now. First of all, stepping back to that claim of responsibility by so-called IS, is it credible?
Well, very often IS exaggerates responsibility, but rarely do they fabricate it. The language is absolutely familiar. We heard similar language after attacks in Paris in Brussels a year and a day ago and elsewhere, and often it indicates that the attacker has previously pledged allegiance to so-called Islamic State, so we wait to see whether there is any evidence of that, perhaps video to emerge here. What it doesn't mean, however, is that IS remote controlled this attack. What they seem to be saying is that they somehow influenced what we saw here on the bridge.
And in your view, does that give even greater strength to the Prime Minister's choice of words, known but peripheral to the security services?
Absolutely. The evidence that the indication that I've been given by security sources is that this is not somebody who was high profile. This is not someone who had been charged and certainly not convicted with a high profile terrorist offence, but they had previously been looked at as part of a wider network that was being investigated as part of an alleged terror plot previously. The phrase "on the radar" is used so frequently. This person appears to have been on the radar, but very much peripherally.
Right, Rohit, thank you. Now, let me remind you of just what happened here in Westminster almost 24 hours ago. It began with the vehicle, a 4x4, speeding across Westminster Bridge around 2:30 p.m. yesterday. It mounted the curb, mowing down a number of pedestrians, including several police officers. 2 people were killed here as the vehicle zigzagged across the road. The 4x4 continued on, ploughing into the fence surrounding the Houses of Parliament. A man with a knife then entered Parliament's grounds, stabbing the police officer, Keith Palmer, before being shot dead by other officers. Westminster was quickly placed into lockdown. We now know the identities of 2 of the 3 who were murdered by the terrorist. One, Aisha Frada, was a teacher on her way to pick up her children from school. The other, of course, was PC Keith Palmer. The third, a man in his mid-50s, has not yet been named. There have already been tributes in the Commons and beyond, as Rebecca Barry now reports.
2 minutes. 2 minutes, 10 minutes.
40 people were injured yesterday, many of them seriously. They're now being treated at hospitals across London. Central Maria is at King's College. Central, what's the latest on the condition of those who were seriously hurt? Central, thank you. Well, here at Westminster, defiant MPs of all persuasions this morning showed a united front, holding to their promise that Parliament would indeed resume business as usual today. The Prime Minister said their return to work and similar acts by millions of others across the country is the greatest response to terror. Lee Morgan reports on their return less than 24 hours after the attack on democracy's doorstep. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He's listening to you.
I'd quite like to talk about this being the first IS claim for anything in the UK. So maybe something about the significance of, and then I'll turn a corner somewhere. But I've got 1 minute. Thanks. Okay, so I'll step in after the program. When the cake you just open talkback on, I'll hear you. Jonathan, yeah, I can now, yeah. Paul, MPs very much putting a brave face on it all today.
Two shot already. Got to do 95 first though. 95 first. Got a link into a site and then it's the two shots. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. There have been tributes to the victims of the attack here from across London, Britain and indeed beyond. And in the last few moments, the Duchess of Cambridge has added her own tribute.
Responsibility for what we saw here yesterday.
Brilliant, thank you. And that is it from us now, from Westminster, on a day when London and MPs here put on a show of defiance in the face of terror. Yesterday's attack has struck at the heart of British democracy, but it failed to dent democracy's resilience. Parliament reopened this morning. Much of London went about their business as usual, despite the highly unusual circumstances. The signs of terror visiting upon the city remain. An attack like a which it has never seen before. Police investigations continue in London and around Britain. But it is those who lost their lives yesterday who are in the cities and the nation's heart today. We'll be back with the latest at 6:30. Now, from all of us here in Westminster, a very good afternoon to you. Goodbye. Thank you all.
Right, guys, catch you all later.
Right. See you, Mum.
It's all right. We've got. You want to try this one?
No.
Matt,
okay. Hiya.
Charlie, give us a hand, mate. Give us a hand, please, mate. Undo that cable, mate. No, that one. Round the neck.
How much under are we going in?
Come down a bit.
drop the. Just hold in, mate.
Wait there. Oh, you've got the camera. There you go. Cheers, guys.
What's the wide shot like? Because I didn't hear anything.
No one heard anything. You have to watch it back and see.
Well, I was looking at Charlie going, just tell me where to go. I'm glad Charlie dialed in. At least we had something to go by. Al didn't lose his day.
No, he's on 442 transmit.
Thank fuck for that.
Ours was on a cellular block. James Charlie.
Where are we going after this? Where's he going over to Hampton Green?
Dropped out.
So don't try it again.
Didn't have all the way go.
I can hope your thumbs up and thumbs down.
Amazing how it drops out.
It's amazing, isn't it? Think we're repoing? It's not here anymore, is it? Double mental. Oh,
Yeah. That guy on the phone, yeah. I think he's presenting. Lovely. No, you're right, you're right.
10 seconds.
Hello again, we're live in Westminster. Second car reserves running in point. The vigil in Trafalgar Square this evening following yesterday's attack here in Westminster. The London Mayor's praised the emergency services for the way they responded. This morning, staff at Scotland Yard and City Hall joined in minute silence for those who were killed. Stories have continued to emerge of the deadly moments during yesterday's attack. One man has described how he was forced to jump over the barrier of Westminster Bridge to avoid being run down by the attacker. Life is returning to normal in the centre of the capital following the attack. Though the area around Parliament has been sealed off for police investigators, commuters said that they've been carrying on as usual. The message, "We are not afraid." Transport for London said their thoughts were with all of those who've been affected by yesterday's attack. Now,
don't know what I'm going to do yet.
That's it for now, but throughout the day we'll have plenty of coverage on the Westminster Attack, our website, our Twitter feed and our Facebook page. Just search for ITV London online. And at 6 o'clock this evening, Nina Hussain will be presenting a special programme on yesterday's events. So now from all of us, a very good afternoon to you. Goodbye.
Next Kelvin. What a nice girl.
Nice to see you. Actually.
Yeah, nice. Go on, mate, do you know what?
Thanks very much, Dan.
Yeah. Matt, you're yeah. Low flowers.
They're low flowers.
I see that, yeah. I don't know if I've got a card in it. I'll have to have a look. Bear with.
Is this the other camera that's doing your
Oh,
boxes? Is the other
if
side
you've got a
boxes
card,
the
I'll
bridge?
give you a card.
I've got a card. I've got a card.
You've got a card.
Thank you very much, Al. See you. Tuesday, yes. Very sorry to come in.
tourist shop. I wanted to go in front of the tourist shop, so I got the shot of the bridge with people walking and a little bit of big man.
Come on, Russ, it's sometimes to skip.
Oh yeah. I already moved. You know where the staircase is at St. Thomas? Yeah. Yep. Do you have any flowers on the other side? Flowers and stuff. What? They're facing backwards? Stay on the west, on the north side, and try to get a shot of Big Ben with Churchill or something. All right. You all right? Oh. Push you all the way. Central London Nice breakfast.